decades of severe weather experience, here for you when it counts. This is Doc Deason's Weather, live now.
Hi, everybody. It is, let's see here, we're at 447. We have a tornado warning now actually in place for western, kind of northwestern parts of East Texas. It's going to include northeastern Kaufman County, northwestern Van Zandt, southwestern Hopkins, and northern Range County. This is a storm we've been watching here for the last couple hours. Produced some tornado warnings earlier down southwest of us, and it continues moving to the northeast. And as it does so, gets into an area where we want to keep tabs on and start to alert folks downstream. So here we are. Tornado warning again for northeastern Kaufman, northwestern Van Zandt County. This is just going to clip northwestern Van Zandt County. Let's pull out here on the radar, kind of give you some perspective real quick. Here's Wills Point there. That's a northern part of Van Zandt County. It is in the polygon, the red polygon that I'll show you here as we go up. There we are. And so the polygon just north of Wills Point, folks west to Walkening, that's going to be where the strongest, most intense activity is right now. And that does also clip extreme western sections of Rains County there, east or west of Point, and eventually includes folks there south of Sulphur Springs into southern Hopkins County or southwestern Hopkins County. All right, so let's see what it looks like a little bit tighter in. Right there near west to Walkening, you can see we've got some pretty decent on the velocity on the right-hand side of the screen there. You can see those green pixels there showing where the winds are blowing back towards the Fort Worth radar site, and then immediately there just to the south of that, you can see some brighter red coloring indicating where the winds are blowing away. And then the new scan shows some even stronger winds in there, indicating basically the storm with some pretty decent winds blowing back in towards the radar at Fort Worth, anywhere from 35 to 50, 55 miles an hour. We're a good ways away from that radar site, but we're still close enough to be able to keep tabs on it from a general perspective. And that thing continues moving to the north, I think it's northeast, at about 60 miles an hour. So that's it's moving along pretty quick there. But again, if you're near that west to Walkening area, east to Walkening, and just south west of the city of Point, this thing will be coming up on you pretty fast. So keep that in mind. Let's put the radar into motion. We'll pull out just a shade here and let you see kind of how this thing is tracking. It looks pretty spooky as far as just the configuration from the velocity product, but has only now begun to put together enough look on the radar from the velocity products that the Weather Service decided to go ahead and issue that warning for it. Again, a tornado warning. This one will run until 5:15, and that's going to include those folks there in extreme northwestern Van Zandt County. This will be north of Wills Point, north of Edgewood. It'll continue clipping that most western section of what'll be Rains County. This will stay, I think, west of Emory. But folks in the Point area, let's be ready for that as it comes across. And in addition to the rotation, we got a heck of a lot of lightning in this thing as well. And so that's a whole other set of issues and concerns when you're dealing with these kinds of storms, and probably some hail in there as well. You can make out those kind of that magenta color there, indicating where some of the better potential for hail is going to be at in this thing. And up to quarters right now, it looks like is our best estimate on what we're dealing with as far as hail goes in this thing. But the overarching concern, besides the hail and the probably 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, is going to be that rotation there near west to Walkening. All right, so we'll pull in a little bit tighter again on this, see what it is we have to work with. And that's going to be, if there is something, it's going to be there near west to Walkening, just just kind of between West Walkeny and East Walkeny right now. Got some stronger winds again now coming in on the latest scan. So that tells us this thing seems to be trying to kind of cycle itself up. That's Highway 276 there. I'd say if you're along Highway 276 between East and West Walkeny, you need to be in your safe place at this time, okay? As this thing continues to show some additional wind on the backside of it, as well as the tornadic potential there. Right between West Walkeny and East Walkeny, closer to West Walkeny, at least right now, based off of what the radar is seeing. And it's trying to sample some winds close to 80 miles an hour. Now, again, the storm itself is being sampled a good bit higher. So these winds that we're seeing here are pretty high up in the storm. May not be translating down to the ground so much, but there's still something to be mindful of, if nothing else, just to kind of show you that the thing seems to trying to be cycling up somewhat. So that's the only warning, at least, that we have at the moment. We've been watching storms which have been causing tornado warnings south and west of us here for a while, and so as the afternoon progresses and these things continue to head in our direction, we'll be watching for additional storms to potentially produce some additional tornado warnings. We have this storm, which is probably just going to clip extreme western sections of Henderson County, or is in the process of doing so now. Weather Service had a tornado warning out for that storm when it was back closer to Corsicana, and they have not yet seen fit to go ahead and extend that to include Henderson County, but still a strong storm there, going to be passing near Toole, Gun Barrel City. It'll stay west of Malakoff, but will still produce some pretty good lightning and some heavy rainfall in it. And then an additional storm back down closer to Interstate 45, coming up kind of there on the southeast of that storm that we're talking about. And it also having produced at least enough to designate a tornado warning for it. And that one will pass a little bit on that trajectory, a little bit further to the south, may make a run a little bit closer to Athens when it's all said and done. But that'll be something that we keep the eye on as well. We've had an impressive storm up closer to the Paris area. I have been looking at reports of tornado on the ground up in that part of the area earlier on here within the last hour or so. So that is an ongoing situation up along the Red River, out of our area, at least our immediate area, but something to also be mindful of. So back on the storm that we have been watching, and the reason we went ahead and hopped on. Weather Service has the tornado warning out for folks in northwestern Van Zandt, southwestern Hopkins, and northern Rains County. That goes till 5:15, so about another 20 minutes on that. The storm itself, the most intense part of it there, just getting just to the east of West Walkeny. This thing is moving northeast at about 60 miles an hour, so it's kind of right there along Highway 276, and that's going to be our main area of concern for at least the moment. Kind of comes in contact with a lot of different counties in that area, so that's why we have a number of counties involved in the warnings at this time. But for the most part, it's kind of a sliver of each of those counties up into kind of the northwestern part of East Texas right now. See if I can check a couple of things here real fast. We're just kind of going to hang here until this thing gets either resolved, the warning is expired, or expires, or is canceled. So the Weather Service continues to keep an eye on that storm. Nothing new from them on that yet. They are going to maintain also a severe thunderstorm warning for the remainder of these counties as well. In addition to that tornado warning, it looks like. So we'll pull off of that real fast. Absolutely. No problem, Randy. Glad to be here, man. Thanks for hopping by. Will the line of storms lose some strength once they come into Lindale, Tinsley? Well, I don't expect them to lose so much steam. These storms that we're really concerned with and have been concerned with today are the ones that are out here and they're kind of isolated from this line that is back towards Plano and Dallas. Before it's all said and done, I think we'll have ourselves a pretty solid line of storms down Cedar Hill. You can see it, Itasca. You can see these guys kind of trying to congeal. That's going to end up being a pretty solid line of storms. In fact, you can even make out the front. I think this is probably the cold front itself right here, this little thin line that runs behind these storms. So as that thing sweeps across from west to east, it's going to help to cause additional storm formation back further to the east over our area. And that'll take a while to do, but it will eventually do that, and we'll have these thunderstorms, kind of these rogue storms out ahead of what's going to be a larger line, a more solid line of storms, and then that'll be the end of the rain. So as far as stuff weakening by the time it gets to Lindale, I don't expect much of that, at least for the time being. Let's see here. So again, we hopped on here because of this guy right here, this storm that's really almost out of northern Van Zandt County now. The tornado warning goes official until 5:15, does officially include northwestern Van Zandt, southwestern Hopkins, and northern Rains County. This is all going to stay west of Emory. Emory's in the polygon, but Van always does get a pretty good show, don't they, Denny? So this will stay west of Emory. Some hail in there, maybe some quarters up to that. Doesn't look as quite as impressive on the hail or just the overall structure as opposed to what it was doing here about 10 or 12 minutes ago, which is obviously what you want to see. But so we're glad to have that. We still, though, have the warning out. And the folks there again west of Point or near Point and west of Emory, west to Waukene area, north of West and east to Waukene now, going to be kind of where we keep the most intense look at. Still some strong wind in here, though. If we've lost rotation. If we had lost rotation in that, we'd still have some really stout wind here south to east of East Waukene. See, some reports are a report of look like a funnel cloud along 19, which would be well west of Emory, which would make sense. If there's going to be something, it's going to be in that area. Non-Upshur County looks pretty decent right now. This is really the only thing of note in the area is going to be this storm over kind of moving across that extreme western part of Rains County and getting into southwestern Upshur County. Gilmer, Upshur County, Smith County, pretty quiet at the moment, although this thunderstorm is trying to get going there southwest side of Smith County along the Cherokee, Smith, and Henderson County line. So that'll be something that we do watch. Yeah, see how that thing's just kind of starting to blossom there? So that'll be something to watch. Anything that can get going in this environment is going to have the potential to want to try to spin up. There's an awful lot of changing wind speed as you come just off of the ground, the lowest couple thousand feet, and so that puts a lot of spin into the atmosphere and allows these storms to want to try to rotate, and that's one of the reasons why the Storm Prediction Center had increased us to a moderate risk earlier today, because of the pieces that were on the table for potential tornadic development. So anything that does manage to get going is going to need to be watched, as it will have a tendency to want to do something and kind of act up a bit. So again, kind of to reset the stage here, we're 5:04. We've got officially a tornado warning until 5:15. It includes officially northern Van Zandt County, but the storm is cleared out of there. Now about to ease over into extreme southwestern of Hopkins County. Right now, best mark on anything that could be tornadic is going to be there, probably just north of Point, or just near Point, I should say, and that moving off to the northeast at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. It's a lot of wind in there, and if there's going to be something, it's going to probably be right in this area, near maybe just west of Point. Weather Service says they are going to, looks like they're going to put a new tornado warning in place, and that will include, obviously, Hopkins County, and they're going to be probably going to go ahead and include Sulphur Springs in this polygon that's coming out. So that makes sense with what we're seeing on the radar and the general movement on this thing. So if you are in Hopkins County and Sulphur Springs proper, you'll hear something about that here coming up in just a minute or so, when the Weather Service makes the move and officially issues the warning for it. But right now, again, this will be west of Emory. You probably see it pretty well. You can see a heck of a storm if you're looking off to the northwest from Emory or anywhere there in central Rains County. But this thing seems to really be amping itself up in the wind department, with what looks like some decent rotation still alive in it as well. So if you are there northwest of Emory, it's along Highway 69 there, and north of 69, along or north of 69, need to be getting into that safe place there, north side of Rains County, and also extreme southwestern sections of what will be Hopkins County as well, as this thing continues moving northeast at about 60 miles an hour. Weather Service now putting out that new tornado warning, it looks like. Yeah, okay, new tornado warning for Hopkins, and they're going to include that northwestern Rains County. Confirmed tornado now located over Point. So that's what we were looking at here a while ago. Moving, let's see here, northeast at 55 miles an hour. So that matches up with what we're seeing. So this will now involve folks further downstream into more central Hopkins County. Nothing more, at least as of yet. But with what the spotters are seeing, they're going to go ahead and call this a confirmed tornado. So we're taking a lot of the guesswork out of it. And it looks like potentially up to golf ball sized hail on this thing now as well. So let's get in a little bit tighter on another source here. And we'll put some more towns. So this warning for Hopkins County, the new one for Hopkins and Rains County, going to go till 5:30. Weather Service, a confirmed tornado over point when it was issued 17 miles southeast of Greenville, going northeast at 55 miles an hour. So if what we've got is going to be north, kind of northeast of point now, just about to ease over into Hopkins County, if not already there. That's a little bit of a muddy look. So the rotation shows up pretty darn clearly, at least the strong winds blowing out away from the radar. So that helps to kind of highlight where the greatest concern is. Again, we're talking north of Emory, so you guys in Emory, you're fine. Sulphur Springs, this is coming up the street at you out of the southwest at about 50 to 55 miles an hour. So spotters have reported a tornado on the ground. So we have the confirmation of it. Yeah, Emory is going to stay north, or it's going to stay south and east of this rotation, Peggy. So. But you folks in that southwestern Hopkins County area along the Rains-Hopkins County line need to be taking those tornado precautions here pretty quick. This will run west of Highway 19. All right, so we're west of Highway 19 on the best of this rotation. Not too far west of 19, though, just a couple of miles probably. So folks out there, Bonanza, Greenview, Miller Grove, a lot of these small communities there, they give you a few ideas as to where we're talking about. This will stay again west of the westernmost part of Lake Fork as well. But that thing really continues to show some impressive wind, especially the outbound winds are really strong there. Sampling some 80, saw some mid-80s earlier. Now, not all this is going to be reaching the ground, but the rotation alone demands an awful lot of respect there on that. So, again, if you are along and west of Highway 19 between Emory and Sulphur Springs, especially if you're inside the Rains County line, along and west of 19 need to be in that safe spot. Point. I think the worst of this is now off to the northeast of you guys, so you're going to be able to take a breather there. So we've got this storm here, and then we've also got something that's trying to get cooking out near Tool. Remember we talked about a storm earlier. Back out of this here for just a second. So remember we talked about the storms that were down along I-45, and we're going to clip western sections of Henderson County. So we got some spotters hanging out there with some, looks like some broad rotation, at least right now, out in western Henderson County from those storms that are coming across. So that's not surprising. And then back into Smith County, I think I just heard some thunder here a second ago in South Tyler. So we do have some rainfall coming into central Smith County right now. Nothing severe here, though, for the moment. Okay, Weather Service is going to put a new tornado warning out for that Gun Barrel City Tool area. So we'll hit that here just in a second. So let's ease into this. And you can make out some pretty decent rotation there near Gun Barrel City. Again, reds are blowing away from the radar site. The radar's in Fort Worth, so we're going that direction. The green's blowing back towards the radar site in Fort Worth, so we can infer from that we've got something there trying to rotate southwest of Gun Barrel City. And so tornado warning coming out right now for those guys there in Henderson County.
Tornado warning.
All right, Weather Service saying tornado warning until 6 o'clock for southwestern Van Zant, north central Henderson County. That was thunder, I heard. Nice clap of it here in Tyler. Severe thunderstorm capable of a tornado located over Gun Barrel City, moving northeast at 45. Tornadoes and quarter-sized hail possible with that. So again, that's new tornado warning. That will be for folks in western Henderson County and, actually north central Henderson County is what they're going to call it, southwestern Van Zant County. So we'll print that here. So we're at 5:16. All right, so now we are trying to stack them up a little bit here. I think they may actually going to put 2 of those out. Let's see here. Okay, now they did. Never mind. All right, so since we have a chaser who has captured a tornado southwest of Sulphur Springs, at least in that area south to the southwest of Sulphur Springs, it'd be a good ways south of them most likely, or not too much. This thing is moving pretty quick, actually. So we do have additional confirmation of the tornado there. That'll be west of along Highway 19 and just west of Highway 19 northeast at about 55 miles an hour. So the tornado warning continues for folks in southwestern Hopkins County, northwestern Rains County. And again, that is a confirmed tornado. This thing continues to show Good composition on the radar, and then we've got the additional confirmation. So, folks in Sulphur Springs, we need to be prepped to get our tornado precautions in place here right now. If you are southwest of Sulphur Springs, and especially along and west of Highway 19, even if you're along and just east of 19, need to be making those precautions, especially if you're due south of Sulphur Springs with the way this thing is moving. So with that in mind, let's talk a second about our tornado precautions that we want to take. We want to be a centermost part of the building or the structure that you're in. You want to be on the lowest floor. Upstairs is not as good as downstairs. We want to be closer to the foundation. The structure is just stronger down there compared to what you have as you move further up, and just more susceptible to wind damage the higher up off the ground you get. Small interior rooms or closets, those are best. If you can do that, bathtub, heavy blanket, grab yourself a heavy blanket or a comforter off of the bed, throw that over you, and hop in the bathtub. Remember, you've got a couple of walls there on four sides of you when you get in the bathtub, and we do like that extra little bit of protection in that. And we obviously want to avoid windows as well, since that's going to be the weakest part of any structure that you're in. Additionally, we want to avoid large rooms like gymnasiums, auditoriums, things like that. At 5:20 on a Friday, probably don't have too many people in large buildings like that as far as schools are concerned, but there can be things going on where people are in a little bit larger structures at times, and we want to get out of those big overhanging rooms, get into something smaller like the bathroom, or closets, smaller classrooms, anything like that, but not the large ones if we can do that. And we don't want to take shelter under an overpass. That's definitely not a good place to be. If you're in a vehicle watching us, you hop under the underpass, actually put yourself in stronger winds, potentially being underneath that overpass than you would be if you were out in the open air. So we want to be mindful of that and evacuate mobile homes. Obviously, hopefully, you've got a plan in place if you do live in a mobile home to hop to someone's house who has a little bit more fortified foundation, and in doing so, kind of just get yourself out of that danger zone. These mobile homes doesn't take a whole lot of wind, even if they're tied down and reinforced, whether it's be straight line winds or tornadic winds. Doesn't take a ton of that to end up causing those things to roll, and we do not want to ride one of these things out in a mobile home. Shoes and helmets, again, always want to have the shoes on in a situation like this. If you've got a helmet, that's great. Some goggles, that's even better. We're concerned about flying debris. We're concerned about getting hit in the head by something. So those are good things. A lot of kids have bicycle helmets, things like that. So definitely not a bad idea at all to go ahead and use one of those to give yourself a little bit of extra protection. But those shoes, especially closed-toed shoes, very important as we want to be able to maneuver as quick as we can. And if we do have damage there, there'll be a lot of things that you aren't expecting out that you'll have to try to tromp over. And the last thing you want to do is have to do that with bare feet or flip-flops or something that can easily injure your foot. All right, so back on the radar real quick. Here's the storm that's prompted the tornado warning for Hopkins County. We've still got some very strong wind in that. Here's Highway 19. We'll flip over here real fast, and so you've got Highway 19, which runs southwest out of Sulphur Springs. The tornado itself is most likely going to be down just to the southwest, or approaching Sulphur Springs from the southwest along Highway 19. We have had confirmed reports of a tornado here within the last 10 to 15 minutes. So we want to definitely take this seriously as we try to make our way through this afternoon with the storms. Some of them look good on the radar but don't produce. Fortunately, we got a lot of chasers out here. This has been a pretty high-profile event, probably the biggest event we've had in a number of months. So a lot of folks are out and about and have made themselves available today to chase. And we're glad for that because we need all the trained eyes we can on a day like today. So this storm here, again, tornado warning for Hopkins County until 5:30. And that storm approaching Sulphur Springs from the southwest right now. And let's see here. Weather Service is going to, at 5:22, confirmed and dangerous tornado located near Sulphur Springs, moving northeast at 55. So Weather Service is going with some additional verbiage in there to help kind of bring home the danger factor here with this storm. So we're talking now considerable damage threat. 1 3/4 sized hail in this thing, so that gets you up to about golf balls with the storm, in addition to the tornado threat. So folks in Sulphur Springs proper right now, and anybody north and east of Sulphur Springs, you need to be into your safe spot at this time. Highway 19 right there kind of runs up and down right through the center of Sulphur Springs. And that storm coming in from the southwest into the outskirts of Sulphur Springs, most likely at this time. So let's be in our safe place at this time there. So here's a little motion on this storm. You can see it. It presents pretty well just on the regular reflectivity product. So Sulphur Springs right here in the center of the screen. This thing's going to be coming up from the southwest. Tornado will likely be in this area right here. Yep, that's where it is. Bringing the velocity back on, you can see that. So if you are in Sulphur Springs, let's take those immediate tornado precautions at this time, okay? Folks, Brashear, between Brashear and Sulphur Springs, that'll be where our highest concentration of danger is going to be at right now. So it sounds like we do have some visible signs of debris from spotters there in Hopkins County. So to continue here to kind of reset the table, we got tornado warning now. It continues till 5:30 for Hopkins County. The Weather Service, if they have not, looks like they believe this thing's going to cross I-30 near Sulphur Springs shortly. And again, here's Interstate 30. So that matches up well with what we were talking about a while ago. So folks in Sulphur Springs proper, southwest side of Sulphur Springs, western half of Sulphur Springs especially, you need to be in that safe place at this time. Weather Service, or actually law enforcement, showing still on the ground near FM 1567. West of Highway 154. So for those of you in that Sulphur Springs, Hopkins County area, that will make more sense. So I don't want to forget about our folks who were in southwestern Van Zandt County either. So we've got tornado warning for Van Zandt County, southwestern Van Zandt, and north central Henderson County, but especially southwestern Van Zandt here is going to be where the some of that more heightened concern is going to be. This will be southwest of Canton along Highway 198 there. Haven't seen much talk of anything on the ground from this. Looks like the Weather Service is going to bring a new tornado warning for Henderson County for that rotation east of Eureka that we were looking at here just a second ago. Yeah. When I saw this thing about 10 minutes ago, I thought it was including Henderson County, but it's not. But there is a new one coming out here just right now, actually.
Tornado warning.
All right, so let's see what we have here. So they're going to cancel that portion of Henderson County that was involved in this particular tornado warning that is moving northeast through southwestern parts of Van Zandt County. So this is a storm that's heading towards Canton from the southwest. And they are now going to go ahead and put a warning just back to the southwest of that storm. That will cover southwestern Henderson County as well. So okay, Laura, thanks for that. Laura, can you send those to me through a direct message, please, ma'am? If you can do that, I would appreciate that, and I will try to grab those. Looks like a couple things going on. First off, Weather Service our Storm Prediction Center is going to be laying out a new tornado watch, which is going to cover probably the rest of East Texas which is not terribly surprising as we're starting to see the environment really kind of take off. But so there'll be a new watch coming out. Here's an overview of the warnings that we have in place right now. There's storm number 1, Sulphur Springs area. Storm number 2, southwest of Canton. Storm number 3, down southwest of Athens. So at least for now, we've got a number of warnings to kind of keep an eye on. So I'm going to get back into this Sulphur Springs situation, this Hopkins County deal real fast. First off, so if we've got anything there, it's going to be definitely some good wind in there, man. Radar sampling some 90 plus mile an hour winds in there. Not all of that probably reaching the ground, but there you go with a new scan of over 100 mile an hour winds trying to be sampled up aloft there northwest of Sulphur Springs. So let's continue our tornado precautions there. Sulphur Springs, especially on the north side of town here for the next few minutes. Sirens going off in Canton. Okay, thanks for that, Jennifer. Speaking of Canton, we'll get back here to the southwest of Canton. So we've got this area of rotation southwest of Canton. So there's 198. So we're on the southwest side of town. This thing is moving northeast, as is everything else, at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. So that's what prompted the tornado warning for Van Zandt County. Actually moving northeast at 45 is what they're calling it right now. There's the new tornado watch coming out too. That's just starting to hit the weather radios. So I don't have any confirmation on this thing southwest of Canton, at least at the moment. But with the warning, the polygon, including Canton, it makes sense that they would have gone ahead and hit the sirens there in Canton. So it's not surprising at all. Here's the other storm that we're talking about out southwest of Malakoff. Tornado warning for that storm as well. Again, we've got velocity on the right and the reflectivity on the left. So you can see that thing really rotating. All of these storms, as we talked about here when we first came on, all of these storms are going to have the potential to rotate. There's just a ton of spin in the atmosphere. The environment is very susceptible to these things. If they can get going, they just need to be able to get themselves off the ground, and once they do that, they can really take off. And so that's what leads you to having a moderate risk for severe weather today, and the tornado watch that's been out for a while, and then a new tornado watch coming out for the remainder of the area. So let's take a look let's see if we can see that. It hasn't populated yet on the radar, but it will here shortly. So there's your storm down near Mahia along I-45. This one just southwest of Athens. That one there near Canton. And this one here now getting north of Sulphur Springs. So that new tornado watch is going to run until midnight now. And this will replace the one that we had in effect earlier until 8. So they're going to go ahead and just push that whole thing out now until midnight and cover everybody with one big blanket, it looks like. Absolutely, Brianna. Glad to help out. Thanks for being here. So we're at 5:38. We've got multiple tornado warnings in place now. The furthest north storm, the one that we initially started talking about, is this guy here near Sulphur Springs, moving to the north at about 50 or so miles an hour. So if you were north of Sulphur Springs, sirens have stopped in Sulphur Springs. Thanks, Amy. That makes a whole lot of sense. Still some impressive wind out of this. Look at this thing, sampling 130. It's very impressive. So it looks like Weather Service is going to issue a new downstream tornado warning for this storm, what we're looking at right here. This guy putting this 100 plus mile an hour winds on the velocity scope. So that'll be north of Sulphur Springs, but it will cover that piece of Hopkins County up towards Sulphur Bluff and Tyra. Going to be getting to Delta County here in a little bit. Weather Service is seeing that rotation in Hopkins County is the strongest, they're saying, just south of Tyra, which is, it matches up exactly with what I'm seeing. So that'll be right in this little pocket right here. All right, let's get back to this guy here south of Canton real quick. Again, I haven't had anything reported that I can see of anything that's made it down to the ground, but the tornado warning does include the city of Canton. And if we do have anything, it's going to be right there on the west side of Canton, closing in on I-20, between 243 and I-20 right now, if there's something there to be had. So lots of lightning in and around that thing. Every little white indicator there is an individual strike of lightning. Okay. And then we got this guy back southwest, just south of Malakoff. There's 31 that runs from Athens down towards Corsicana. Okay, so this is just south of 31, south of Malakoff. Moving northeast. Yeah. Almost east-northeast, really. So folks in Athens, we need to be prepped for this guy. If you're on the west side of Athens, between Malakoff and Athens. Okay, Claudia, thanks for that. Yeah, Robbie, absolutely, man. So folks in Athens area right now, west side of Athens, 31. Tornado warning continues for Henderson County. This storm showing a good rotation signal there. Winds aren't as strong as you see up in that storm up north of Sulphur Springs, but still plenty to be aware of there. Okay. You guys in Canton, continue tornado warning for folks there in Canton proper and getting on the north side of Canton now on that. And then this thing here, back up north of Sulphur Springs, continues to do an awful lot to get my attention with these winds. There's a lot of muddiness in here up near Tyra. Roman, how long ago was that? Are they on that right now? Yeah, Courtney asking about Lindale for the moment. Nothing Lindale at this time. Pretty good thunderstorm there south of Hawkins, southwest of Hawkins. So we'll watch that. East, west of Winona, north of Tyler, but nothing else in the area, at least at the moment. Looks like we got something trying to get going down near CUNY, northwest of Jacksonville. A bit of lightning and some shower there. Okay, Laura, thank you for that. So here's the new tornado watch box, by the way, that goes all the way down north of Conroe, includes Lufkin. That'll include Center, Shelby County. So that's basically all but the extreme southeastern counties, deep East Texas counties are involved in this new tornado watch box. And that'll run until midnight. Yeah. All right, so all right, so looks like we have Hopkins County tornado north of Sulphur Springs near FM 71. That's east of Highway 19. So that is unconfirmed at the moment. That is probably this guy here. So while we're talking or looking around here, here's that main line of storms that is coming through Dallas now. Remember, we talked about how I figured we thought it was going to just kind of pick up and gradually evolve. You can see the front. See that real thin band right there? So it's probably our front. So these storms, these rogue storms out ahead of it, are the ones that we really need to worry about as far as tornadoes are concerned, and hail. The stuff back in this line here to the west is going to be much more of a wind concern. There can still be some tornadoes embedded in that in spots, but these things out here have got much more free air to work off of. They don't have to share with the friends around them, and so they can get really going really quick without having to worry with what's going on either side of them, which is what makes this all the more of a kind of a whack-a-mole kind of situation where you're just trying to follow the storms that really seem to be able to get rooted and grow, and then just kind of watch them and track them as they move along. But everything that is going is moving northeast at about 45 to 65 miles an hour. So you definitely want to be looking off to your south and southwest for the most part as far as something that could come in and cause you some problems. And this thing down here near Athens, as it continues kind of tracking to the east, northeast, very well could be a problem for southeastern Van Zandt County or northern Smith County for that matter. So we'll be watching that. That's kind of the mode we're going to take here is going to be to just watch these things off to your southwest. Okay, Heather, yeah, you're the guys that are in Malakoff. I'm not surprised that you've got sirens going off. I think the worst of that, though, is going to be off to your east. You're pretty fast. That rotation doesn't look as strong as it did earlier. So, although the sirens are going off, you guys are almost on the backside of that rain, too, if you were in Malakoff proper. Folks west side of Athens, I still think you want to be in your safe spot here. I think will probably pass maybe just west of Athens. It's going to be close. Whatever we've got rotation-wise is now north of Canton up towards Fruitvale. So Canton looks like you're calming down. Still some pretty good lightning on either side of you there in town, but better lightning concentration further north and just north and east of Canton. Keep an eye on this thing here, though. All right, we're going to have ourselves another tornado warning coming up here in just a second. We're going to need to talk about this one too. Stand by just 1 second.
Tornado warning.
All right, new tornado warning. This one will cover northern Smith County. We're going to call it north central Smith County and southeastern Wood County, as well as northwestern Upshur County. That's going to run till 6:30. Storm capable of producing a tornado near Hawkins or over Hawkins, 15 miles west of Gladewater, going northeast at 40. So that's a new tornado warning for Smith County. This will be north of Tyler. We looked at this storm here just a couple of minutes ago. So let's do a couple things here real quick. First off, let's get onto the Shreveport side. Get into Shreveport, and so here's our storm in question. So this will be just south of Highway 80, right there near Hawkins proper, going northeast. Movement on that thing is at 40. So if you're in extreme northern Smith County, right there along the Smith-Wood County line practically, I mean, they're right there at Hawkins. So it does include Smith, but not much of it. But it will cover that southeastern Wood County and extreme southwestern Upshur County as well. Or northwestern Upshur County, I guess I should say. Southwestern and northwestern Upshur County. There you go. So tornado warning. Extreme northern Smith County, right there along the Smith-Wood County line. Holly Lake Ranch, you're in the polygon on this thing, but this storm is going to pass south and east of Holly Lake Ranch. All right. So you guys in Gilmer, let's kind of keep an eye on that. So we're going to be monitoring this here for a little bit. Let's get over and pull in the Shreveport radar real fast if we can. All right, so we're right there along Highway 80 with this thing. I'm betting what we're looking at is going to be right in there. Okay, so when we put the velocity on, yeah, that lines up pretty well with what we were looking at. So our velocity product here is on the left-hand side. See that right there? That all kind of lines up. So folks in Hawkins proper and north, especially northeast side of Hawkins, let's be in our tornado safe spot at this time. This will pass west of Big Sandy. So this thing is right along Highway 80. All right, let's see here. So you folks in Gilmer proper, I think this thing probably passes just to the west of the city of Gilmer. But if you are west of Gilmer, between Gilmer and the county line, along 154, you're gonna probably see this thing pass across 154 here in the next 15 minutes or so, I'm betting. So that's, again, new tornado warning for southeastern Wood and especially western Upshur County. Right now, the greatest concern is going to be for um, kind of west central Upshur County and then stretching up into northwestern Upshur County. So that's one. We've got another tornado warning coming out now. Let's see what we have here. North central Van Zant, south central Hopkins, southeastern Rains County. Severe thunderstorm capable of a tornado over Grand Saline or 10 miles northwest of Canton, moving northeast at 40. So let's take a look at that. Good grief. All right. Back on the Fort Worth side. That is likely going to be this thing right here. All right, tornado warning north central Van Zant, south central Hopkins, southeastern rain still 630. That storm over Grand Saline moving northeast at 40. So you guys with us in put a loop together on this real fast. So this thing is going to pass just southeast of Emory and then probably going to skate right over northwestern Van Zant, northwestern Wood County. This will stay north of Mineola and will pass not too far west of Quitman. If it can hold itself together here. Northeast at 40 on that. So a lot of lightning. That best rotation now about to get on the northeast side of Grand Saline. So it'll cross Highway 69 north of Mineola and just kind of cut right across the southern part of Lake Fork. So that's tornado warning. Extreme northeastern Van Zant and southeastern rains, south central Hopkins County. Sounds like something new coming out now. Stand by just a sec. All right, Weather Service coming out with something else here. Let's see what we got. Okay, yeah. So the Weather Service is going to issue a tornado warning for northwestern Wood County for the storm we're talking about right here. That was why there was a gap in that polygon. So let me explain what's going on here. First off, tornado warning is for the same storm that's over there near Grand Saline. The jurisdiction, there's a crossover in jurisdiction from Van Zant, Rains County to Wood County. Everything over in this area is Weather Service Shreveport over here. You got Fort Worth on the west side of that. So they were this little box is going to fill in right here, so you won't have this vacant spot here just in a second once the computer is able to catch up and the system's able to grab that warning. So that warning is merely for the same storm that's out there over moving northeast of Grand Saline. Now, there you go. Okay, so that makes more sense and puts some continuity into place. All right, so we have got quite a bit to look at, don't we? Looks like we had some reports of some damage in the Malakoff area from that storm earlier that passed through that part of Henderson County. Storm is out of there now. So that's a storm that's over near Athens and continues running northeast at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So this thing will cross southeastern Van Zant County. There's Highway 64, Ben Wheeler. And if it will continue on that course. It's going to take it into northern Smith County, there, Hideaway Lake, Lindale. So just be mindful of that. No warning out for you guys, but let's watch this thing and see what happens with it. Yeah, I see that. Caitlin. So we got this shower trying to get going south of Tyler now along 69. Let's get the Shreveport radar back up. It's hard because we're right on the boundary between these two radars. And our coverage is not very good from either of them, but we do what we can. So I'm glad we got spotters into play today. All right, so there's a shower there southeast of Noonday along 69, just west side of 69. I don't really see any lightning in that thing yet, but as we've seen, these things don't take real much time to get themselves going. So that'll be, and they seem to be getting them. It seems to be getting itself together pretty well. So that'll be something to watch for folks in southern Smith County, southwestern Smith County right now. But nothing warned on that storm yet. Weather Service has gone ahead and canceled the Smith County part of that tornado warning that we talked about that was right along the Smith County line to start with. So they've gone ahead and cleared Smith out. They're going to keep the warning for Central Wood and northwestern Upshur counties until it's radar indicated too, by the way, so they don't have any spotters reporting anything on the ground per se. So 6:30 is expiration time on that. So that is this storm right here. Pretty good rotation there on that, but nothing reported from spotters. And the one good thing about today is we've got a lot of spotters who are itching to get out and do some chasing. So there are a lot of eyeballs in the area today who can help us and kind of help to hopefully overcome some of the radar weakness that we have around this area. Got some lightning in Bullard, John? Okay, very good. That is this guy right down here. So we're at 6:08. I'll let you take note of the tornado warnings that we have. Well, now it's outside of Hopkins County, so that's going to cover Lamar and extreme eastern Delta County. So that's kind of out of our immediate area. There's the storm that prompted the warning for Van Zandt County. Thanks, Sherry. Appreciate that. Sirens going off in Gilmer. Okay. I want to look at that on this other side real quick. So we are on Shreveport. So still some decent rotation in that. Hearing some thunder here in South Tyler now. Looks like we may have some damage there out in the Athens area. So I had somebody say sirens are going off in Gilmer. This will pass west of Gilmer, by the way. Whatever is there. So this thing seems to be trying to get itself a little bit more organized along south of 154. Okay. But that will pass west of Gilmer. Big Sandy, you're out of the woods. Holly Lake Ranch, same. Hawkins, same. All right, new tornado warning coming from the office in Fort Worth. Let's see what we have here. All right, stand by.
Tornado warning.
Okay, southeastern Van Zandt County, tornado warning till 6:45. Storm capable of a tornado 7 miles west of Edom or 13 northeast of Athens, moving northeast at 45. So let's hit that one real fast. First thing we want to do is get in on this Fort Worth side of things. So we're 7 miles west of Edom. So we're looking at this guy right in here. They were saying 7 west of Edom. So, yeah. Some thunder picking up here in South Tyler. So southeastern Van Zandt County till 6:45 on this. So that'll include, folks, Edom. That's this same storm that came out of Athens and could have done some damage there. So this is going to cut across southeastern Van Zandt County. And this is going to be the same one that I was talking about earlier that we need to be looking out for northern Smith County, Hideaway Lake, Lindale. You guys be ready. They're probably going to do something on this. Once it crosses that line, again, there's jurisdiction that you cross when you get into Smith County from Van Zandt County. Weather Service in Shreveport takes over Smith County. Fort Worth has the area there for Van Zandt County. Big wins in ARP. Okay, thanks, Bobby. Had some folks asking about southern Smith County too, so let's hit that real fast. David, Hollow Lake, you're fine right now, brother. So let's get this Smith County going here. We had at least some distant thunder here a while ago. Nothing going on severe Smith County, at least as far as southern part of the county is concerned. Flint, Chapel Hill, Torrey, I saw you on there a second ago. I didn't forget about you. So you guys are fine there. I had some people say we had some pretty good wind, I think, in ARP. Yeah, Bobby had said he had some pretty good wind in ARP. That's probably some outflow from that storm that's off towards White House. So, sirens going off Upshur County and Gilmer. Okay, thanks, Rochelle. All right, so let's see what that is. So if we've got anything in Van Zandt County, Beth, if you want to email that to me, feel free to do so. doc@docdeason.com. You'll see my email address scroll on the bottom of the screen on the ticker. So if you want to send it that way, that would be much appreciated. And that goes to anybody else, too, for that matter. So doc@docdeason.com. So we got sirens going off in Van right now, I'm being told, Jennifer. Okay, thanks for that. Weather Service looks like they're going to cancel Hopkins, Rains, and Van Zandt County. Okay, that's because that one's moved out of the area. Lots to keep up with. This thing up here west of Quitman is still presenting pretty strong. So we have that tornado warning for Wood County. So if we've got something in Wood County, it's going to be west of Quitman, right there between Quitman and Alba, north side of 69. Absolutely, Tori. No problem, Bobby. Thank you, brother. So if there's something there in Wood County, it's going to be between Alba and Quitman. So we're 619. We got Thunder and Tyler. And just some light rainfall. Seems like the wind's picking up somewhat. Okay. Hey, thanks, Honesty. Appreciate that. Pour it in the Charnwood area. All right. So let's run that real fast. So you're here in Thunder Smith County. No warnings at the moment. Just some good rainfall there coming in out of the southwest. So the Weather Service is going to, in a few moments, reissue further downstream for this storm that's west of Gilmer. So they're going to throw that thing further downstream and include Camp and Titus and Morris counties, it sounds like, which makes sense. I'm going to shut that down for the moment and let it rest. Getting into this area now where we're having to straddle these two radar sites. All right, stand by for new tornado warning.
Tornado warning.
All right, new tornado warning for northwestern Upshur. We'll go Morris County, southeastern Titus, and Camp County until 7 o'clock. So this is for that same storm that was passing north of Gilmer. That looks a lot better than it did a few minutes ago. So this will pass north of Gilmer. There's 271 running north-south. It'll cross right over 271. All right, so we've got 271. This thing goes northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So what we have as far as the rotation goes is going to be down in the southern part of this thing, right in this area here. So that's going to be almost to 271 as we speak. Okay, we're going to have something we're going to need to talk about here in just a second that's going to impact the city of Tyler. So just hang on 1 second. All right, stand by.
Tornado warning.
All right, new tornado warning now. This one's going to be for central Smith County. This is going to include the city of Tyler. So we will have this storm that's coming out of Henderson County. Remember, I told you I was looking at that earlier. Thought it was going to pass a little bit to the north of Tyler, but it's moving a little bit more east as opposed to northeast. So this will be a tornado warning for Smith County. That's going to wake a lot of folks up and get the attention of a lot of people. So Weather Service says they have a visual on the sky cam of a wall cloud southwest of Tyler. This cell's going to crossing from Henderson into Smith County right now. So that's this guy. That's this guy right here. Okay. So on that path, take it northeast. That'll take it right through probably downtown. So if you're with us in Tyler proper, western Smith County, west of Tyler, the polygon includes Tyler. On the south end, or at least the northwestern 2/3 of Tyler. Polygon is a little bit, it's a little bit off from the southeast side of town. It's Loop 323 there that goes around. So you guys in town know where I'm talking about. But I think the bulk of this is going to be probably downtown and in north side of Tyler. Okay. So let's be mindful of that. Let's, for those of you who are just now hopping on board, let's talk about our tornado safety precautions here. Centermost part of the building or the structure that you're in, you want to be on the lowest floor. Lowest is best. And as you get up above the ground level, the structure becomes weaker and you're more susceptible to damage and whatnot from that. Okay, small interior rooms, closets, those are good. We like small, compact spaces. Bathtubs are good if you have one. Bathtub, and get your heavy blanket or comforter off the bed. Throw that over the top of you, and get yourself in there good and tight. And so that will help to give you a little bit of extra protection. I hear we have sirens going off in town. Thanks for that, honesty. Avoid windows at all costs. Okay, windows going to be the weakest part of any structure that you're, any part of the structure. Probably not bad. Yeah. So we want to put put those windows out of our way if we can. Other things to think about: avoid large open rooms like gymnasiums, auditoriums, big cafeteria rooms, anything that has a long stretch where those that ceiling is long. That's less optimum for what we want to do as far as protection goes. We don't want to take shelter under any kind of an overpass. We don't have a ton of those to deal with, but I know this thing is going to cross toll 49 most likely. So if you are out there and you're trying to hop under one of those, I would encourage you not to do so. Vehicles are not a good option ever in a tornado. The only thing you want to do with that is drive away from the storm if you know the direction that it's going. Evacuate mobile homes. If you are in a mobile home at this time and you're in the path of this thing, you need to get yourself into a more sturdy structure. There's just no way around that. Okay, shoes and helmets are good. Shoes are absolutely essential and needs to be closed-toed shoes. We don't want flip-flops and sandals, things like that. We want to be able to keep our feet safe. And if you are in an area that is hit and has an issue with debris and whatnot, we don't want to get ourselves cut up and injured if we could have avoided that with some shoes that had some covering to them. All right, let's get back onto the radar. The warning for Smith County is for an impressive-looking storm on the radar, but also one that seems to have a wall cloud associated with it. That was seen on by some folks with tower cams here earlier on out near the Henderson-Smith County line. That's a lot of wind and the potential rotation in there. I want to look at this on another site. Sirens, I'm told, are going off in the city of Tyler. So let's get into this. I like the black background here. Makes it a little easier to detect. So if we've got something, we're looking at 60 to 70 mile an hour winds there blowing in towards Shreveport. Again, we're looking from the radar at Shreveport, so everything in the greens blowing in towards the radar site, and then some stuff blowing out away from it there west of or east of Chandler now. So this is along and northwest of 155. Okay. Had a report of a tornado on the ground near 31 and toll 49 from some reports that I'm seeing here. Potential funnel cloud. Yeah, this sounds like some people that know what they're looking at. So this all jives with what we're seeing. So if you are on that west side of town, toll 49 and 31 was the latest position on this thing. So we're talking tornado warning now. We have tornado on the ground, so we have some visual, some confirmation from some folks who know what they're looking at. So let's put a loop on this thing real fast. I'm also hearing talk of a large tornado up in the Clarksville area right now, which is a little outside of our coverage, but do want to make note of that. Um, got some very good friends who have a lot of people that they know up in the Clarksville area, so keep that in mind as well. We're going to cover this situation here, which is going to be right near the airport. Looks like. Here's the airport. This is the outline of the runways at Tyler Pound. So that's closing in on 64. Maybe already north of the airport. They included Tyler in the polygon, but it had looked earlier as if this thing would pass just northwest of Tyler. Tornado warning prompting the sirens to go off in the city of Tyler. Not surprising there. The Tyler PD has the handle on those, and they will sound those off. They can zone off a part of town, or they can hit the whole town. I'm not sure where they are focusing on with that, but I know they've at least got them down in the Charnwood area and probably points north as well. If you're on the northwest side of Tyler, that's really where the greatest concern for me personally is sitting at. And I'm thinking up along Highway 110. We like to use the velocity data because it helps to show us where the best winds are sitting at. Okay, so right, let me flip over to this other one. So this is going to be approaching 110 and eventually Highway 69. Yeah, sirens are going off, Ashley. So tornado warning. Weather Service continues with that until 7 o'clock for central Smith County. This storm looks like it's going to pass just northwest of the city of Tyler, but they did include Tyler on the southeast side of the polygon. So sirens are activated for the city. I think the greater threat is going to be just northwest of town. Looks like this thing is getting up along 69 now. So this is Highway 69 that runs up. So I think our area of concern is going to be right in here. So that's going to be just probably Swan area and north of the North Loop. That's what it looks like to me right now. Now, I know these sirens have scared the heck out of a lot of people, but that's a good precautionary measure to take. That thing is sure trying to come around on the backside, though. So we may have a couple of rotation areas here. I think this will pass. It'll pass south of Lindale, Tinsley. Absolutely, Ashley. Yeah, this will pass south of you guys in Hideaway Lake, Katie. Or, I'm sorry. Somebody asked about hideaway, and I think it went up too fast. Shannon, I'm sorry. Now that we're getting into the darkness, it's going to make this spotting a lot more trouble to make out stuff. So it's I don't like the time of day that we're going into, but I do like the fact that we're going to lose some heating, so that will help to take a little bit of juice out of the atmosphere that we had earlier when we had the daytime sunshine. I'd stay in your safe spot there, northwest half of Tyler, downtown, north and west. Let's give it another few minutes, okay? Let's almost looks like there's potentially something a secondary area of rotation, so I want to let this all pass. So again, the main area of concern right now, this tornado warning for Smith County includes Tyler, especially the north. I'd say that the northwest 2/3 of Tyler. It looks like this is kind of the back end of a lot of those storms. All right, Weather Service is going with a new product. Stand by for that.
Tornado warning.
All right, new tornado warning now for northeastern Smith, southeastern Wood County, and Upshur County until 7:15. Weather Service with a storm capable of producing a tornado over Big Sandy, or 11 miles west of Gladewater, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So that is kind of one additional here. Yeah, Sergio, sometimes the warnings can be issued for either what they believe to be something based off of radar, or it can be observed. So if they've got that, then if they got something observed, obviously they have confirmation. If they don't, then they would just be dealing with with something radar indicated. But it can be an either or situation. All right, let's step out of here real quick. There's some folks asking about Chandler. You guys are in the clear. Chandler, you're fine. Southern Smith County, Bullard, Flint, Noonday, you guys are fine. We're going to keep an eye on these showers that are coming up out of the southwest, out of Anderson County. But I'm not concerned about that for the time being. Weather Service is going to continue their warning for Smith County, the one that we've been talking about pretty intently here for the last few minutes. They see that storm near Lindale, or about 10 miles north of Tyler, moving northeast at 45. So I think it's south of Lindale. It's close to the interstate, that rotation. But it's a little bit southwest of Lindale. So that'll pass. That's going to pass southeast of Lindale. Lindale siren's going off again. Okay, thanks, Matt. Lindale, that southeast part of Lindale, just barely in that polygon. Okay, see the red box there. But Tyler, southeast Tyler, you're fine. Let's give it another few minutes just to be sure we don't have something that's straggling back behind here in that tail. But if you're south and east of downtown, I think you're fine in Tyler. Here's what the loops looked like for the last little bit. Just to give you some idea on the motion. Again, reflectivity on the left, the velocities on the right. And we're looking at that brighter highlighted area there. Along 20 now, along maybe just a tad north of 20, southeast of Lindale. Going to continue scooting off northeast. There's that storm that prompted the new warning for northeastern Smith County. It's kind of a similar path to one we had an hour or so back. So this will be the latest warning for northeast Smith County. Southeastern Wood, Upshur County, till 7:15. And again, anything that can get itself going is going to have the potential to rotate with all of the strong wind that we have at the surface and just aloft, the bottom 1,000 to 2,000 feet. The amount of spin that we've got, all you really need to do is get these things lifted, and then they can really start to turn. At least they were able to earlier. So this storm here, yeah, siren's still going off in Lindale. Thanks, Monica. So this thing, Big Sandy, and then going up towards Gilmer. Folks between Gilmer and Big Sandy need to be aware of this thing kind of coming northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. That'll be, so we've got Gilmer actually in the polygon. Holly Lake Ranch, you're just north of this thing. I think this storm down between Hawkins and Gladewater is going to continue going off to the northeast, so shouldn't be a problem for you guys. Holly Lake Ranch, obviously, but if you're between Gilmer and Winona, that's where we'll have potential for some issues. Looks like we're trying to. I'm not sure what's going on in there. The other piece that we were watching was up here, but you remember I told you I was just kind of keeping an eye on that tail. So folks on the north side of Tyler, right there, the north loop, northwest loop, extreme northwest loop, heading up 69 towards Lindale. That's one area of concern, and then the other area is up here north of Interstate 20. I think we have a couple of areas of circulation potentially there. All right, it looks like we've got something. We do have something here. Seeing reports of a tornado from folks who seem to know what they're doing. 271 and 155. That's going to be up. North of Winona here, heading up towards Big Sandy. Yeah, so it sounds like we've got some spotters who are seeing something on the ground between Winona and Big Sandy. They estimated 7 to 10 miles north of Winona, but I think it's probably more like it's probably about that 7 mile mark. It's right near Big Sandy, I'll tell you that. If you're in Big Sandy on the southeast side of Big Sandy, we need to be in our safe spot right now. Okay, this is along Highway 80. That's so we've had some visual confirmation of a tornado. Sounds like the sirens are still going off in Tyler too. So this storm here near Big Sandy looks definitely legit from the visual sighting that we had from some spotters and from the radar presentation. And this thing over here, southwest of Hawkins, there's Winona, there's Hawkins. So that's another area. That's another area we need to be watching. Juanita, looks like something there near Big Sandy. Yes, it does at this time. Yeah, we had a visual from sounds like some firefighters, I believe, up near Big Sandy, north of Big Sandy. So that'd be volunteer folks between Big Sandy and now up north of Big Sandy, probably based off of where this is showing up at. So there's Highway 80, cuts from Hawkins over to Big Sandy. So this will be north of Highway 80 now. So that's northeast of Big Sandy. Yeah, thanks, Randy. All right, let's see here. Stand by.
Tornado warning.
Tornado warning now for northwestern Cass, southwestern Bowie, Morris County, and southeastern Titus County until 7:30. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Weather Service a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Deason. So that's going to be along and just north of Highway 11. Here's Dangerfield right here, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Weather Service calling this a particularly dangerous situation. They use this kind of verbiage to help to. They use it specifically when they have visual confirmation of something. And based on the estimated size of it. So when you hear that type of verbiage, it is specific. So this would be a tornado warning northwestern Cass, Southwestern Bowie. They get you up towards Texarkana, Morris, and southeastern Titus County. So we're up not too far from I-30, but so Dangerfield, Omaha. This will pass north of Dangerfield, between Dangerfield and Omaha, up along 259. So this thing is really wrapped up. So if you've got folks in this area, notice that thing just hooking off to the northeast. So if you've got folks in some of these rural areas, let them know, because that is not something you want to play with or get caught off guard with. A lot of lightning there, folks. Omaha, Naples, that kind of that north central part of Morris County. This is just going to clip Cass County. I mean, just clip northwestern Cass County, but get up towards in towards Bowie County. All right, let's get back down here into between Gilmer and Big Sandy right now. If we've got something, it's going to be right in here. So it'll be west of 155, north of 80, southwest of Gilmer. If you're in Gilmer, we need to have ourselves in our safe spot at this time. Anywhere southwest of Gilmer, it's going to be about 7 miles southwest of Gilmer. So we're about 7 miles southwest of Gilmer with that best rotation right now. Further upstream, some broad rotation there south of Hawkins, southwest of Hawkins. This stuff doesn't seem to have hooked up, but some hefty lightning and heavy rain in there west of Winona. So that's another area we want to just kind of keep a general eye on. They are officially under a tornado warning still, I think, until 7 o'clock. $7:15 actually, I think, on that warning. But Tyler, you're in the clear. Tyler's in the clear. So we're left with three warnings at this time. This guy up here, north of Hugh Springs. This guy here near Gilmer. And then this thing up here closing in on Hawkins. How do we, Lindell? You guys are okay. So yeah, we got Weather Service talking about a tornado debris signature 4856. Yeah. So this thing is definitely on the ground. This bottom left pocket is what we call our correlation coefficient. Move that so you can see that. I'm sorry. Okay, that ought to show better. See this blue, kind of this donut right here, and notice the time, 1848. So this is several minutes old, but the lower value here, what the radar's trying to do, it's trying to find something that correlates to a meteor, whether that be a hailstone or a raindrop. And if it doesn't see that correlation, the number drops off. Notice how out in here you got 0.9, 0.9, 0.9, and then you get into this little donut here, and our number drops off to about 0.7. So that tells us that we've probably got some debris in the air, something that's not a raindrop or a hailstone or something along those lines. It doesn't correlate. So it gives us an idea as to where there could be some, building materials, bricks, trees, who knows what it is. But it just tells us that we definitely have something on the ground in that area. And now the radar's starting to catch back up. So we're 1856 there. There's 1856 up there with the velocity product. So this thing is definitely on the ground and doing damage as we speak. So south of Omaha, heading towards Naples. Let me pull this back off. I know it can get a little confusing. Let's put the radar loop into place on this. So that looks like, based off of how it's trending, probably, really close to Naples, maybe just a little bit east of Naples, between Naples and Marietta. So that gets it over, that cuts into that northwestern Cass County. Notice how this thing's got a pretty good little notch on it too. Kind of a classic look right there, like a kidney bean. Yeah, that's a tough situation right there. Let's see if we've got anything else up on that. So this is the most compelling thing I've seen all day right now. This thing up here, northern Morris County. And we have had a tornado warning in some shape, form, or fashion since 5:23. So we're an hour and a half in. So keep these people in your prayers, though. That's a mean looking situation right there. All right, let's come back out real quick, and we've got some additional showers that are approaching southwestern Smith County. Nothing tornado warned on this. We haven't had any tornado warnings in a while out in that Henderson County area, so that's good. But we do have some additional showers coming across, and there is some lightning in there. So I know some folks will be a little gun shy. Wait, I'll have to look and count, man. I'm not sure how many warnings have gone out so far. But we do have showers that'll be coming across Lake Palestine and Jacksonville. Get some rain there. We're looking at the Shreveport radar right now, so it's going to, stuff over here west is going to look potentially a little bit weaker than it is. So I want to keep an eye on this area in here. Big Sandy. I know we haven't talked much here in a little bit, but I just want to keep an eye on this. Trying to be sure I'm out of the way of the box. Want to keep an eye on this area right in here near Big Sandy. And nothing reported as of late, but I want to keep an eye on that and want to keep an eye on this area here near Gilmer. No immediate reports of late. So that area there near Gilmer's getting north of town. Again, as we talk about, red's moving away from the radar site, green's moving towards the radar site. So we've definitely got some broad rotation in there, if nothing else. So you folks in Gilmer, be mindful of that. And then just this beast up here near Naples. So 7:05. Absolutely, Jennifer. Thank you, ma'am. 7:05, tornado warning. We've got a couple now. We're down to 2. Upshur County, we've cleared Smith out, Wood out. So we're just Upshur County, and then this storm, which is in the northernmost parts, right there along I-30, into northern Morris County. Okay. Weather Service updating their statement on the Morris County storm. 7:30 expiration time. At 7:05, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Naples, or 17 miles east of Mount Pleasant, moving northeast at 45. So that matches up right there in that little donut hole. That itself even kind of helps to, if you're looking at the radar, notice how there's kind of a weakness in the radar returns right there over Naples. I bet when we put that velocity product, yeah, see, there it is right there. And if we pull out and do a 4 panel, it's 205. So here's our potentially that little debris signature down there. Not as strong or pronounced as it was earlier. Keith, you're pretty clear for now, man, in South Tyler. So we'll continue that. Northern Morris County. It's confusing, I know, but okay. Weather Service is saying they were saying kind of what we were talking about. Rotation is broadened there over Gilmer, so that's what you want to see. You also want to see that the rotation is moving northeast of Gilmer, so getting out of that area. So that's good news there. Thanks, Courtney. Glad to help out. Even though that rotation is broad, and the Gilmer Fire Department say they do see a wall cloud there. It's probably east of 271. So you can have that. You don't have to have a wall. You don't necessarily have to have a tornado to have a wall cloud, obviously, but a wall cloud would be a precursor. That would be the kind of that lowering that comes down that the tornado will move out of. But just because you got a wall cloud doesn't mean you have a tornado. You definitely have a lot of rotation, though, if you have a wall cloud. So that all lines up. So we're continuing to watch pretty good showers and some thunderstorms now down around Coffee City. Nothing severe out of this at this time, but the lightning seems to be picking up, though, down there in Coffee City. That's something you always look for. If you see lightning starting to increase rapidly, that's obviously a sign that a storm is trying to get its act together and trying to potentially intensify, or is intensifying. By how much, it's hard to say. You just kind of have to watch it. But notice how that lightning just picks up. Looks like Weather Service is going to reissue for Upshur County. Let me talk to you guys down there in Rusk. Some pretty good lightning there, southwest of Rusk. Nothing in here, though, that looks alarming at all, really, down into Cherokee County. So you guys are okay there for now. All right, here comes a new warning. Let's see what we've got here. All right.
Tornado warning.
All right, new tornado warning now for northwestern Marion. We'll call it southwestern Cass, central Upshur, southern Morris, and southeastern Camp County. That'll go till 7:45. Weather Service watching that storm. Capable of producing a tornado near Gilmer, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So this is that thing we were talking about a while ago. It's definitely got some rotation to it. Hasn't produced anything of yet. Moving northeast at 50. So it's kind of muddy in here. So this thing north of Gilmer, one we'll be watching. So they went ahead and included that northwestern piece of Marion County, southwestern Cass County. So this particular box doesn't have anything that's been visually confirmed. But we've got this area down here, southwest side of Gilmer, which we want to be mindful of as well. There's a couple of those there. But again, it looks, considering what we have seen earlier in the night, pretty broad, which would mean, you need a tight circulation to really get a tornado moving and down to the ground. When we're talking about broad rotation, we're talking about something that's rotating, but it's not doing so at a rate that would actually produce something on the ground. So I want to throw that out there real quick. I want to look down here in Cherokee County for a second. Weather Service is watching this little pocket down here. Remember, we talked a second ago about how that lightning was picking up in this storm down here near Grapeland. Weather Service is watching that. They're seeing some signs of rotation in that. That would be this little area down here. The hard part about this area is the radar beam is so stinking high by the time it gets here that it's really hard to make heads or tails of what's going on down at the ground. It's just that's the nuts and the bolts of it right there. So it's a tough spot to really be able to watch and have much confidence as to what's going on down at the ground. But this stuff again moving in from the southwest. So you guys in Alto, this will probably pass maybe just north of Alto, between Alto and Rusk. But again, that lightning picking up like that is a good indicator. If you don't have anything else to look at on the radar, just look at the lightning production, and when you see one of those start to really escalate, that can talk to you. Oh, thank you, Morgan. I appreciate that much. That means a lot. All right. Virginia, good for y'all. Glad you're there and in a safe spot. We'll get you through this here in a little bit. So a couple of things we're watching in Upshur County. Two areas, really. One, two. So you got one leaving Gilmer, and you got one coming in from the southwest. Rebecca, Gilmer's not in the clear yet. Let's get this thing. Let's get this thing south of Gilmer, southwest of Gilmer. Let's get that through, and then we'll have a little bit of breathing room here. I don't see or haven't seen any reports of either of these things producing, but just because eyeballs haven't been set on it doesn't mean it's not doing something. And it's dark outside, pitch black, so it's going to be tough for even trained spotters to really know what they're doing. There's not much more dangerous than chasing storms at night, except if you're chasing storms at night with a bunch of trees around you, kind of like what we do around here. So that's a big problem. We do have some bona fide rock star chasers in the area today. So if there's anybody that can pull it off, that would be those folks. But these guys that are out there now, the firefighters and the emergency management folks, they do a heck of a good job. Very thankful for them. We've got to have that. We've got to have those eyeballs on the scene with the way our setup is from a technology standpoint. So there are those two. That's heading up towards Lone Star. Speaking of Lone Star, Naples. Let's see here. Looks like we're into Bowie County with this thing now. Good grief, that's a strong signature there. So south of I-30, there's Boston, Texarkana. So watch the hot spot. Moving towards Boston, this will pass west of Texarkana. So that's that big confirmed producer. Power flickering in north of Lindale, is he? Okay. We got a pretty good line here about to cross the city of Tyler from the west. It's going to be some heavy rain in that. Some pretty decent lightning. Okay, so that's gonna pretty much saw right across Smith County from southwest up towards Lindale, and then once you get behind that line behind it is much weaker. Nothing tornadic in that in this line coming across, at least looking at it from that perspective. Let's pull it over. And when you're looking at these little clusters like these little lines, always nice to keep an eye on that tail storm, that southern storm right there. Notice how it seems to have a little bit more to it than the ones further upstream. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about with those big squall lines. The storms in the line themselves, they kind of have to share the energy amongst the ones around them, and so that makes it difficult for any one storm to really grow and really take off. But the storms on the south end of these little lines like this can get stronger because they have more of a steady flow of air and energy coming into them from the south. So this guy will grow while this guy up here loses strength. So we always like to keep an eye on those guys like that on the south end. So they're near Coffee City. But again, nothing too impressive, at least for the moment. But it will get noisy here in a little bit. Down towards Bullard, Troop, Jacksonville. Good moderate to heavy rainfall, but I don't really see much lightning in there at all. And then back towards Grapeland, there's that stuff southwest of Alto. We'll be watching that. I still think that's going to pass between Rusk and Alto. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. Let's get back into Upshur County here for a second. I had some folks asking questions. Still that couple of rotation areas there. This pocket number 1 is just about to get over into southern Morris County. And this pocket, the second pocket, is north of Gilmer now. We got tornado warnings out for both of those. Thanks, Nancy. Appreciate that. Yeah, Keith, I hear what you're saying there. So there are our storms. Take this off here. Some really good lightning in that cluster about to move through western Tyler. All right, let's take a look at what's going on down near Rusk. So the Weather Service is keeping an eye on this guy right here. And I bet they're probably looking at this thing here too. You're welcome, Lori. Glad you're here. So we can keep an eye on this. Down around 294, up towards Rusk, both southwest and near the city of Rusk proper. Nothing warned on that right now, but that's one area to watch. Let's get off of that real quick and just center all this up. So a good looking line of storms from down near Noonday. So basically right there along 155, just south of Noonday, back up along the west loop, airport area up to Swan, east of Lindale. There's 16, so up towards Holly Lake Ranch, Highway 80. Pretty solid little line there. Good bit of lightning. Yeah, Linda, Mineola's pretty good for now. Yeah, something's coming, Tori. It is, it's on the doorstep. Leslie, we got this last line here passing through. So nothing severe in it, at least at the moment. But it's something that'll be passing over us here in the next 20 to 25 minutes, be through. So, but no warnings on it. I'll leave that at your discretion on what you do with those folks. But no warnings right now. Some pretty decent lightning though a while ago. Looks like it's diminishing. The lightning's kind of trying to tone down a little bit for the moment. Abby asking about Longview. Just showers, garden variety stuff right now. Nothing remotely looking strong in Longview at the moment. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation between Kilgore and Longview, but that's really broad. But in this environment, you never know. You never discount it completely. So. Gilmer, Lisa Marie, let's get back. Let's get back over here, see if we can look at Gilmer. So we got some pretty that seems to be trying to tighten up a little bit more west of Ore City there along 155. You are under a tornado warning there in Upshur County. That's northeast of Gilmer along 155. I don't see anything. Haven't seen anything to indicate that we have anything there on the ground. All right, let's see here. Something new coming out here. Stand by 1 second. All right, stand by for a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning.
Weather Service with a new tornado warning for southwestern Rusk County and northeastern Cherokee County. So this is going to run until 8:15. I think we have looked at this here in the last few minutes, so let's get down that way. Storm located over Rusk, moving northeast at 40, radar indicated. So that'll be for this guy here, Rusk, Gallatin, Recklaw. Let's put that's what they're looking at right there. Right there on the northeast side of Rusk. So this guy's moving off northeast at about 40. So it'll pass south of Gallatin. Gallatin, you're in the polygon, but right there, running right along Highway 84 out of Rusk. Yeah, Alvin, I bet they have. Winds will be picking up here when this line comes through, and then we'll have the front behind it. So we'll have some pretty strong winds here overnight tonight. They won't be thunderstorm related, but they'll just be along that. After this line, after the front comes through, it'll be pretty windy overnight. But you're getting the outflow from the line that's coming through, I bet, right now in the city of Tyler. So here's this new warning again, folks in Rusk, back up towards Recklaw. You'll cross. This will be south of New Summerfield, heading up into southwestern parts of Rusk County. This will be north of Cushing, northwest of Cushing. This is a pretty hot little corridor for tornadoes. Folks who live down in this area know what I'm talking about. We seem to see these come through quite a bit. So new tornado warning now. That Henderson officially is, I guess you're not quite in the polygon in Henderson, but you're awfully close. So and a power hit here at the house. No problem, Tinsley. Lindale will be in the clear here in a few minutes, okay? So this rain's coming through Tyler now. Noonday up to Tyler, southeast of Lindale. Lindale's pretty much in the clear. I would go ahead and just say that. Longview, you got showers, but nothing too impressive. You're welcome, Tinsley. I'll be interested to see what happens with this guy down here just west of Alto. Weather Service is continuing their warning for Camp, Cass, Marion, Morris, and Upshur County until 7:45. Storm capable of producing a tornado over Lone Star or 16 miles east of Pittsburgh, going northeast at 60. We've had a bunch of stuff tonight. Man. Wind's picking up in Charnwood. Yeah, I bet it is, Randy. Let me look at the... wow. Somewhere along the line, we had a 39-mile-an-hour gust at the real estate office here a little bit ago. Look at that. Northwest at 5 right now. Dew point 69, 74. So I don't know when that 39 was. Let's see here. I don't know when that 39 was. It happened at some point recently. So this line coming through is going to bring some pretty good wind on the leading edge of it, and then we'll have more of a sustained wind here behind our actual front. All right, so yeah, I believe that rain, Randy. I would believe that. I want to touch on this just because I know folks have potentially some loved ones. This is a large tornado here over New Boston right now. They are calling a tornado emergency for New Boston. That's a mean looking something right there. Prayers for those people. Further south, this thing seems to trying to get itself a little bit more organized. Southwest of Lone Star. That's I think that's 259. Yeah, 259 runs from Dangerfield down to Lone Star, kind of zigzags back to the west, but you can kind of see this area here. I'm curious about that. So we've got the tornado warning active for that section. That would be southern Morris County. And the warning itself, and then there's just additional, there's something else right here and right here, looks like to me. Circulation number 1 near Hughes Springs, a secondary circulation potentially back near Lone Star. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. Stand by.
Tornado warning.
New tornado warning now. Southwestern Rusk County, northwestern Nacogdoches, and central Cherokee County. This is going to run till 8:30. I think this is that storm that this is that thing we were talking about earlier. Remember I told you we want to kind of keep an eye on that area south of Rusk. Storm was capable of producing a tornado located near Alto, or 9 miles south of Rusk, moving northeast at 40. So that is this guy right here. See that wind signature there on it. Absolutely, Jim. Thank you for being here, bud. So that southern storm, again, in these clusters like this southern storm doesn't really have to share with anybody. In fact, it very well may end up that this guy grows and ends up disrupting the circulation for this guy just to the north of it. Again, remember all the energy and juice is kind of coming in here from the south. So this is going to be one to really to watch, I think. So that new tornado warning, that'll include, it's going to clip northwestern Nacogdoches. It's going to continue that central Cherokee, and it will terminate there over south central Rusk County. But this is just south of the warning in the polygon that we talked about here just a couple of minutes ago. Okay, so that's a new one there. 2 warnings, Cherokee County, neither of which will have a problem for Jacksonville, or Wells, for that matter. But we'll kind of be splitting the county in half pretty much with those two circulations there. All righty. So we are at 7:43. We've got multiple tornado warnings again here. We'd kind of seen a little bit of a lull in that. Rainfall still coming through Tyler. We're about to get on the back end of the west side of town. It's clear of the heaviest rainfall. We got heavy rainfall on the southeast side of Tyler, but really not a whole lot in the way of lightning there, or anything else that would be concerning. No warnings out for Smith County or Wood County or anybody back to the west. Warnings we have: Upshur County, Morris County, Um, Up there towards Cass County, the two fresh warnings for Cherokee County, southwestern Henderson County, or southwestern Rusk County, and extreme northwestern Nacogdoches County, and then this monster up here in northern Bowie County. Which is about to cross the river and get into southwestern Arkansas. This thing here near Hugh Springs is looking a bit more interesting. Yeah, Lizzie Tyler's okay. I think we'll have some additional showers come through here shortly, but as far as major severe weather, I think we're about to put that to bed here. So if you're near Hugh Springs along Highway 11, that circulation there is looking a bit more organized. Safe to come out. Yeah. Yeah, Ashley, if you're in Tyler, I'm not sure where you are, but New Boston update. Taylor, that thing is over into Arkansas now. So it's out of New Boston. I've seen all kinds of different reports out of that area. It doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier on either. But it is getting over into 747. We have tornado warnings out for Cherokee County, Rusk County, with that. Absolutely, Hobby. Glad to help out. Glad you're here. Thanks for being a part of the page. Okay. Glad it's helpful. Let's take a second, and I want to look at the radar out west because yeah. So here's the radar out of Fort Worth, showing the showers, the line of showers is pretty darn benign considering what we've seen over the last couple of hours. But this stuff here, just kind of garden variety showers. I think the atmosphere is going to have been worked over pretty well. Thanks, Missy. Appreciate that. So a little bit of lightning up there. About to get into northern Van Zandt County. Yeah, interesting to watch a couple of showers trying to get going there. Flint down to Natchez, right there along the Cherokee County line. A little bit of lightning there near Athens. There's not a tornado near Athens now. That's just an icon showing that they had a report of something earlier. So don't be concerned with that. And then these guys here coming out of Cherokee County. Upshur County, David. All the tornadic storms have cleared Upshur County. Let me get back onto that Shreveport radar. Got some pretty good lightning. Western Upshur County, down west of Gilmer, on down to near Winona. So you have some pretty good lightning in that, and some moderate to heavy rainfall. City of Henderson, Clay, just moderate to heavy, some moderate rainfall there, Henderson, right now. You guys are on the northeast corner of that polygon for that tornado warning, that northern tornado warning in Cherokee County. There's 2 of them down there. There's that first one north of Reclaw, between Reclaw and New Summerfield. And then this other guy here, which looks stronger to me, southeast of Rusk, between Rusk and Alto. You kind of make out that right there on the tail end. That's what you expect. Mary, you're up in Dalby Springs. I think you guys are okay for now. You'll have some additional moderate to heavy rainfall swing across your area, but the worst of that is good wind in South Tyler, Keith. Okay. All right. This storm here, southwest of Douglasville, Weather Service is seeing a tornado debris signature with it. So this thing moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So if you got people north of Linden, out near Douglasville, This guy here seems to be interested in trying to keep himself alive, and seems to be a lot tighter circulation in there. So this thing will continue moving off to the northeast at about 40. So that's going to that'll put it close to Douglasville. As Highway 59 runs from Maw down to Linden and on down to Jefferson. So if you're in that piece of that would be Cass County, need to be in that safe spot here right now, as that circulation still looks pretty strong. Yeah, Mike, I think Tyler's out of the woods. We got this line here. We'll watch this back line of showers, but that should be the bulk of it. Weather Service is going to continue with this tornado warning until 8:30 for southwestern Rusk, northwestern Nacogdoches, and east central Cherokee. Storm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles north of Alto. So that is probably this guy. That's this thing right here. It's that southern storm. Remember, we talked about that. The southern storm will usually grow at the expense of the northern storm a lot of times. So this gentleman right here, moving northeast at 40, debris signature or flying debris. Obviously something they're concerned with on that. So let's get down there. Let's try to do a storm track on that if we can. So I'll do northeast at 40. So these are kind of some rough times on that. So a toy really right now, Circle, you got Sackle, Anadarko, Glen Fawn. These are all small communities, so they don't have populations posted per se, so don't let the numbers fool you on that. That should pass north of Cushing. I'm still curious about what that northern storm is doing. Doesn't look like it's doing too much, though. Now it's holding itself together. There's your second storm. Or I guess that was your first storm. Your second storm was down south. So this was the initial storm that they warned on. That's heading towards Henderson. Yeah, Chanel, I'll be live here. If we've got tornado warnings going on, I try to be in play on this live if we've got tornado warnings going on. So welcome to the page. Glad you're here. Hope you find it helpful. Oof, I can hear the wind outside now. Down to 64 in Tyler. Wow, look at that. Man. So temps down to 64. That is quite a drop. Good deal, Chanel. Glad for that. Yeah, look at that. Man. We'll go from 70, what is that, 71 at 7:49 to 60, 64 here at 8 o'clock. Look at that dew point down to 60, too. Yeah. That's the end of it for Tyler, I'll tell you that. As far as Henderson goes, I would be ready to take cover there in Henderson. This doesn't look as impressive as some of the other things that we've seen tonight. So, but that being said, with it moving in your general direction and the quality of the environment that we have out there right now, Ingrid, I would say be ready to take those tornado precautions pretty fast if need be. If there is something, it's going to be right there along 79 between Henderson and New Summerfield, right in this little area here. Okay? Thanks, Ingrid. And then there's this other guy down here on the south. Notice how this one doesn't look as strong as this one near Reclaw. That one will definitely pass south of Henderson. It'll pass north of Cushing, too. Just so you know. Thanks, Brad. Appreciate that. Glad y'all are in Lindale. Welcome. It's a good area. Let's see. So we're clear of warnings for Upshur County. We're clear of warnings Marion County. We got Cass County. And then a couple that are about to get out of, or one's out of Cherokee County. The other one is right there at Reclaw, which is, you got, was that Henderson County, Nacogdoches County, Cherokee County. They all kind of converge there near Reclaw. Alto's looking fine. Who asked that? Yeah, Jason, Alto's looking fine now, bud. That thing's moved off. Yeah, I can hear the wind outside. I can't imagine what it must feel like outside now. Leah, y'all are fine. You're okay in Gilmer. Moderate to heavy rainfall there at Gilmer. Yeah, Bobby. Glad you're here, man. Thanks, Rosanna. 25 mile an hour at least near UT. Okay. I would buy that based on what I'm hearing outside my own window. Weather Service thinks there is still something on the ground here west of Douglasville. It's probably this thing right here. A lot of rain in there. It's going to be hard to see anything if you're along 77 west of Douglasville. You know, this is not, you got nighttime, so you got no daylight plus torrential rain. So if there is something there, you're not gonna see it. So just be in your safe spot there. West is Douglasville on 77. This thing will go northeast, so it will it'll cross 59 here shortly. Yeah, Rihanna, it's getting windy in Tyler. That's not thunderstorm related. That's more of this line of showers, I should say, that's ahead of this front. So Weather Service is going to continue their tornado warning for the storm 7 miles south of Henderson. That will be tornado warning for Rusk County. They've canceled northeastern Cherokee County storm that prompted the warning has moved out of there, which we've already said. Tornado warning remains in effect till 8:15 for southwestern Rusk County. Thunderstorm 7 miles south of Henderson, moving northeast at 40. So that's this thing here that they're still keeping an eye on. But I am myself more concerned about this guy here, east of Recklaw. So this thing here, east of Recklaw, northwest of Cushing, continues to look like it's got its act somewhat together. So that's right there along 84. Probably going to pass north of Mount Enterprise. I don't see anything too really alarming in that pocket there southwest of Henderson. it seems as though this guy down here has robbed this guy of some of his energy. Get some nice thunder here in the city of Tyler. It's all good, Rebecca. Sounds like we got some good rain here on the south side of town. Leslie, I hope we're able to help some. That's going to be something to watch right there. See that? Don't want that. So the Weather Service is going to keep this. You're going to continue this warning here for this guy north of Sackle. There's Sackle. There's 204, goes to Cushing. Used to take that from Jacksonville over to Cushing when I was heading back to school at Stephen F. But you got Sackle and Reclaw. So they're going to continue this until, what is that, 8:30. So another about 17 minutes from now for southwestern Rusk County. We'll see what happens with that. It's still got a pretty decent signature on it. 90 to 100 mile an hour winds in there. So even if there's not a tornado, not all of this is going to make it to the ground, but it's still enough to do some damage um, to trees and whatnot. And there's a lot of trees in this area. Yeah, Leah, this just talking about this Rusk County. There's a couple of warnings still in Rusk County. This storm to the south looks much more promising as far as tornadic potential. Looks stronger, I'll just say that, than the northern storm does. But right there along 84, just north of 84. All right. That's that southern storm that we talk about. Those are usually the ones you got to watch out for when you're in a situation like this. Righty, what do we have here? All right, hold on.
Tornado warning.
Okay, new tornado warning now for western Panola and central Rusk County. That's going to run until 9 o'clock. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles east of New Salem or 14 miles south of Henderson, moving northeast at 45. I think that's this guy right here. Yeah. I think that is the one. Let's do a little measurement. Yep, that just about does it. So 14 miles south of Henderson, moving northeast at 45. So they went ahead and extended that polygon from southern parts of Rusk County to just near Carthage for that southern storm. So this guy will pass south of Henderson, okay, north of Mount Enterprise, not by a whole lot, but a little bit. They're all going northeast, Leah, at anywhere from 40 to about 50 miles an hour. April, hard to say on Marshall. Tough to say at this point. They've got a long ways to go. So here's a regular full screen of just the reflectivity. This is going to be our main player, this southern storm. So this goes northeast at about 45. So Carthage, you're in the polygon. We'll see how this thing tracks in relation to you guys. Heaviest of the rainfall now, Smith County seems to be kind of congealing in a little bit more of a solid line. Showers back to the west. Let's get back in and check these guys up here real quick. Okay, Kaylin, thank you for that. Hate to hear that. So this thing continues to try to get its act together down northwest of Mount Enterprise. That's looking stronger and stronger to me. And notice, yeah, that's good position. If there's going to be something, it's going to be right in here, north of 84, south of 79. Megan, we're glad you're in the area. Um, Longview's doing okay for now. I will say though, there is some rotation there, west side of Longview. So we do want to keep an eye on that. Kind of on the tail end there. Just throw a note out there to the Weather Service, see what they have to say about that there near Longview, because they haven't said anything about it. They've got a ton of stuff that they're trying to juggle, but that does look a little interesting. I'm just going to keep an eye on that here for a second. Continue this southern Rusk County warning here, north of Mount Enterprise. Whatever is there is about 9 or so miles, 9.5 south of Henderson. Coming up on 8:25. We have had tornado warnings since almost 5:30. So I think we are past the 3-hour mark here. First warning, I think, came out around 5:23, if I remember right. So Longview looks okay now. It looked a little odd there for a couple of scans, but seems to have kind of settled down. So that's good. Heaviest of the rainfall now getting off northeast of Longview. So that's good. This guy here due south of Henderson still looks to have some pretty good rotation with it. There's this other pocket along 43, north side of 43, south of 322, northeast of Henderson. Still got some circulation with it. Pretty broad. But if there's going to be anything, it'll be right in there. Page, Carthage, as far as Carthage goes, nothing immediately in the Carthage area for now. We'll have a storm that's going to pass just north and west of Carthage. And very well, and Carthage, the town proper, is inside the northeast tip of the polygon, as you can see there. But I think this storm is going to pass just to the north of you. That's the one that we've been looking at, that southern storm. You bet, Paige. Rainfall really wrapping up in Tyler now. Good deal, Paige. Heaviest rainfall now into southeastern Smith County there from along I-20 down to near Jacksonville, just east of Jacksonville. Nice little cluster of heavier rainfall. This front and this line's kind of starting to catch up. My friend Scott Fossey is on the north side of Longview. Said he estimated probably a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust at his place here a little bit ago. He saw what we were talking about in that area there, north side of Longview earlier. It dissipated. It was there for a minute and then gone, but that kind of lines up with what we were looking at there for just a few minutes. Going to be a lot of storm surveys tomorrow. The Weather Service will get out and they'll decide where they're going to go. They'll probably hit the hardest impacted areas first, and then work backwards from there, or they may just hit the stuff that they can get to fastest for surveys. But there's going to be a lot of people out looking at stuff over the next couple of days. Sirens in Texarkana, Hillary. Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, that makes sense. So sirens going off of Texarkana makes a lot of sense. Not surprised by that. Glad we have those systems. Absolutely, David. It's looking like a pretty good wind event right down in here from Domino. Yeah, that's a gust front right there. Bloomberg, look at that. And east of Atlanta, Queen City. Yeah, that's not a tornado so much in this area. That's a gust front. Thanks, Jackie. Appreciate you being here. Oof, lot to look at in there. All right, so Weather Service is going to continue their warning for northwestern Rusk and central northwestern Panola and central Rusk counties. That goes until 9 o'clock. Storm capable of producing a tornado near Mendon or 8 miles southeast of Henderson, moving northeast at 45. So, that would be this guy right here. So they're going to keep running this thing. Mount Enterprise, you're fine. Between Henderson and Mount Enterprise, Lisa, that's right where this thing is sitting at. I don't know how far you are south of 79, or you need to if you're north of 315, south of 79 there, and west of 259, or east of 259, I should say. Whatever we got is right in here, I think. Absolutely, Kay. Hope you're doing well. You bet, Lisa. See what we're doing back in town now. Down to 59. Man. That's a good drop right there. Look at that temperature graph. Top wind speed 39. That happened at 7:30. So about an hour ago, we hit that 39. An awful lot of wind in there. As far as Carthage goes, that's Jackie asking about Carthage. Looks like this thing will continue moving northeast and should skate just to the northwest of Carthage. What's left of it. It doesn't look quite as good as it did earlier. Absolutely, Jackie. So you folks in Carthage haven't had too much of late. We're watching you. Pretty good storm down there, north side of Alto. 30-mile-an-hour top winds at Wright City. Very good. Yeah, those trees, they kind of block me, too, at my little weather station there on Old Jacksonville and Tyler, too, Robin. I know what you mean. So pretty good storm there, north side of Alto. Kind of out there by itself. That'll be one that continues kind of racing off to the northeast. That'll probably be one that we want to keep an eye on. Yeah. See what I mean? Just north of Alto. I'll tell you, Jeremiah, asking about Omaha, man. Rainfall's wrapping up there. You guys are on the backside of the most impressive stuff. Radar looks pretty benign. Once you get back to the west, there'll still be some additional showers come through, but that'll be about it. The strongest of that stuff now is back over to your east. So you're looking a-okay here for now. This thing is really starting to congeal into a nice solid line. And as we talked about earlier on, once this thing becomes more linear, it's going to bring more of a high wind threat than anything else. And okay, that's what they're doing there now. See this new yellow polygon here? That's severe thunderstorm warning. What are they thinking? 60 to 80 mile an hour winds in that? Yep, 70 mile an hour wind gusts. So that's to be expected. Remember, we looked at that earlier. We're talking about how that was turning into more of a straight line wind situation with gust front right there. So that makes sense there, south side of Texarkana. It's good to see the tornado warning taken out of there. It's really good to see that. You bet, Jeremiah. Oof, I can hear the wind outside. Man. It'll be a chilly night. You too, Keith, man. It's good to hear from you. Wind sounds like it's really picking up. Yeah, gust to 18. Down to 59 here in Tyler. 58 here at the house. Hey, thanks, Brian. I appreciate that, man. Tyler Whitehouse rests the night. Pretty much just windy and cool. You bet, Mitch. Glad you're here, man. Thanks for being a part of the page. Rest of the night, White House, Carthage, Smith County, eventually everybody. Showers off and on, light rain, but just more windy than anything else. We're losing this severe weather setup quickly as this cool air works in. That just basically cuts the legs out from under everything. Still 72 in Henderson, Michelle. It won't be that way for long. You're welcome, Brian. So we still got this guy down here, northwestern Panola County. ARP's looking a-okay now. Michelle, Yeah, ARP's looking pretty good. There's still some thunderstorm activity down there, southeastern part of the county, but it won't last long. Thanks, Dean. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, Michelle. I tell you, I do want to keep an eye on this thing down here north of Alto, southwest of Cushing. All right, that's in an area that is still pretty primed. It's out by itself. So let's not lose sight of this guy here. There's no So if you guys in Cushing watch this, you're probably seeing a pretty good light show if you're in Cushing or Reclaw. Looking on, if you can see much. Reclaw, you can see that. Cushing, you can see an awful lot of that probably off to your southwest. There's a lot of lightning in this thing. It's got some. It looks like it's rotating just from the way it's kind of arcing back to the south like that. Got the winds there coming into it pretty good. So no warning on that right now, but doesn't mean something can't sneak up on us. Thank you, Jesse. Glad y'all are here in East Texas. Welcome in. Glad you're here, Melinda. Yeah, Remy, you guys will get some good rain there in Wascom. It's on the way. Nothing too spooky at the moment. Good night, Carrie. Take care on that ambulance, man. No problem, Melinda. Yeah, you guys in Wascom out there on interstate, you're gonna get some of this. It's just taking its time getting there. Thanks, Jim. In Wascom, gosh, I mean, it's not far away from you right now. I mean, you can see that. And we were watching this little guy here, southwest of Beckville too, because that's going to continue running around along, and if it stays on that path, that could bring you some bit more wind. So something to think about. Me too, Remy. Yeah, prayers for those folks up on the up closer to the Red River. There were some big storms at Paris, New Boston. Cassie, Palestine's looking good. At this point, you guys are just garden variety rain and showers and cooler. Much cooler now. Well, we cut the legs out from all the severe weather potential practically with this front coming through. Weather Service has also canceled. Let's see here. They've canceled a warning for Panola and Rusk counties. So that is good. So we are tornado warning free at 8:51 for the first time since 5:23, I think. Huh. How about that? All right. So for the first time in a long time, we are free of tornado warnings. We got extreme eastern Cass County in a severe thunderstorm warning there for that leading edge. Just about to skate out. The worst of this wind is going to be right there along the edge of this thing. Yeah, they canceled the Panola warning, Kelly. Yeah, you guys, Avenger, you guys are looking okay there. We'll have you got some pretty good wind, Desiree, but the worst of that is now gone off to the east of you. So it'll be showers and some, maybe a little rumble of thunder or two, but the worst of that is now off to the east of you. That'll continue crossing Jefferson. You got a pretty good show coming through town right now. Nothing severe, at least per the Weather Service as of this time, so that's good. But a heck of a good bunch of wind on the leading edge of this thing. So that'll still be something to keep an eye on here for the next couple minutes. Ditto that for Marshall, down to Tatum. But this stuff's all really kind of starting to link up, and which transfers this into much more of a wind threat than a tornado threat. But I do think keeping an eye on some of these rogue storms like this guy here northeast or northwest of Cushing, southwest of Cushing. I think I would just kind of keep an eye on that guy there. But after what we've seen today, I think you can understand why. Well, all right. I tell you, I think at this point, I am going to step aside for a bit. We'll be here tonight keeping tabs on things as we need to, with additional warnings and whatnot. We'll come in if we have tornado warnings. We obviously try to come in and handle that stuff live with severe thunderstorm warnings and that type of thing. We try to handle those typically with posts. images and or loops, things like that of radar. If you're new to the page, be glad to let you know we do weather updates every weekday morning. Usually try to get something posted between 7 and about 7:15, 7:20. Do a 7-day forecast. We try to give you what's coming up as best we can and what's going on at the time. So if you like weather, or you got somebody in your family or a friend who really enjoys following weather, thanks for following our page. Thanks to my friends who help support us at Rose City Roofing. Appreciate them for helping out in the cause, and for you guys who are new to the area. Hopefully we were able to help you somewhat tonight with keeping you a little bit more calm and informed as to what was going on. This is our secondary severe weather season of the year. As we talked about in this morning's post, we've had some pretty big events over the last number of years during the month of November and December. So this is kind of part and parcel of that. But regardless, glad that you decided to stop by and see us. And thank you for being part of the page. That does mean a lot. Okay, so we will head out from here and bid you guys a good Friday night. Don't forget to set the clocks back an hour tomorrow night. Okay.
Thanks for watching this live broadcast from Doc Deason's Weather. When weather's at its worst, we're at our best. Doc Deason's Weather, the calm in the storm.